pierce your eardrum like a slug to your chest. Like a vest for your Jimmy in the city of sex. We in that sunshine state where the bomb ass him be. The state where you never find a dance floor empty and pimp speed. On a mission for them greens. Lean, mean, money making machines, serving fiends. I've been in the game for 10 years making rap tunes. Ever since Honeys was wearing Sassoon, now it's 95 and they clock me and watch me diamond shining, looking like a Rob Liberace. It's all good from Diego to the Bay. Your city is the bomb if your city making pay. Throw up a finger if you feel the same way. Straight putting it down for California, yeah.
Trying DJ Bolton.
Scrub is a guy that thinks he's flying this, also known as a buster. Always talking about what he wants and just sits on his broke ass. So, no, I don't want your number, no. I don't wanna give you mine, and no, I don't wanna meet you nowhere, no. Don't want none of your time, and no, I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging on the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. Checking me, but his game is kinda weak, and I know that he cannot approach me, 'cause I'm looking like glass and he's looking like trash. Can't get with a deadbeat ass. So, no, I don't want your number, no. I don't wanna give you mine, and no, I don't wanna meet you nowhere, no. Don't want none of your time. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. You don't have a car and walking. Oh yes, son, I'm talking to you. If you live at home with your mama. Oh yes, son, I'm talking to you. If you have a shirt and you don't show love. Oh yes, son, I'm talking to you. Wanna get with me with no money? Oh no, I don't want your scrub. No scrub. No, no. No, 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 no. No, no. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me. I don't want no scrub. A scrub is a guy that can't get no love from me. Hanging out the passenger side of his best friend's ride, trying to holler at me.
DJ Bolton in the building.
Oh Lord.
Now, who's hot, who not? Tell me who rock, who sell out in the stores. You tell me who flop, who cop the blue drop, who jewels got blocks, who's mostly Dolce down to the blue top. The same old pimp, mace, you know ain't nothing changed but my limp. Can't stop till I see my name on the blimp. Guarantee me and sales pull a level up. You don't believe in Harlem World? Double up. We don't play around, it's a bet, lay it down. Didn't know me 91, bet they know me now. I'm the young Harlem with the Goldie sound. Can't no PhD, hold me down, cooler. School me to the game, now I know my duty. Stay humble, stay low, blow like Hootie. True pimp, spin no dough on the booty. And when you yell, there go Mace, there go your cutie.
See me die than to see me fly. I call all the shots, rip all the spots, rock all the rocks, cop all the drops. I know you're thinking now when all the ball is stopped. Never home, gotta call me on the yacht. 10 years from now, we'll still be on top. Yo, I thought I told you that we won't stop. Now what you gonna do with a crew that got money much longer than yours, and a team much stronger than yours? Violate me, this a be your day. We don't play, mess around, be DOA, be on your way. Cause it ain't enough time here, ain't enough lime here for you to shine here. Deal with many women, but treat down's fair. And I'm bigger than the city lights down in Times Square. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
PPA, no info for the DEA. Federal agents mad cause I'm flagrant. Tap myself and the phone in the basement. My team supreme, stay clean. Triple beam, miracle dream. I be that. Catch a seat at all events bent. In holsters, girls on shoulders. Playboy, I told ya. Me and Mike to me, bruise too much. I lose too much. Step on stage, the girls boo too much. I guess it's cause you run with lame dudes too much. Me lose my touch, never that. If I did,
it ain't no problem to get the where the true players at. Throw your rollies in the sky, waving side to side, and keep your hands high while I give your girl an eye. Player please, lyrically, C, B-I-G-B flossing, jig on the cover of Fortune, 500. Here's my phone number, your man ain't got the know. I got the dough, got the flow down, pizzazz, platinum plus, like Zizak, dangerous on Trizak, DJ with Trizak.
Morning, traders. What is up and what's going on? Happy Money Tuesday. It is February 1st, 2022, 9 o'clock in the morning. And welcome to a brand new month of trading, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, that is right. A brand new month full of brand new opportunities. And I'm very excited to see what February has in store for the team. Because I tell you what, guys, January was a good month, wasn't it? January was a phenomenal month here inside the chat from the team. I mean, we saw some big time profits, but most importantly, what did I see last month? I saw consistent profits, consistency across the board. So much value, so much education. It looks like you guys are learning a lot as well. Some of you are starting shorts. Some of you guys are starting to get involved with options. So again, not only are you getting into new spaces, you're getting your feet wet and you're seeing results and success, but everybody else in chat as well. Again, that consistency was absolutely amazing. That consistency that I saw from you guys was awesome. So keep that consistency going. Keep that momentum from January into February. If it was a bad month, if you had a small loss, let's take a step back and assess, why did I lose in January? All right, what could I do better for February? Again, January is officially in the past. If it was a phenomenal month, it's in the past. If it was break even, if it was a losing month, it is in the past. There is nothing we can do now. January is over. The month is gone. Those results are those results. So what do we need to do right now today, ladies and gentlemen? We need to take time today to go ahead and review all of our trades, right? I don't care if it was a green month, substantially green. I don't care if it was a red month. We all need to look at our journals. We need to go back and review those trades and see where we can make improvements. Hey, it was a green month for me, but I know there's improvements that I could be making, right? There is always improvements that I can be making, okay? So again, take a step back today at some point, review those trades. Try to see where you can make some improvements to see better results for February. Because once again, team, what's happened has happened. It's in the past. All we can do at this point in time is learn from what happened in January to apply new things here for February to see those better results. It was a great learning month. It was a valuable, educational packed month. Again, the consistency that I saw was some of the most consistency from everybody inside of chats since we launched last May. So again, good job. Keep up the amazing work. Carry that momentum into February through the rest of this year. And everybody today, your job, if I gave you one task today, that task, and I'm going to do this as well over lunch, is review your trades from January. You should be logging those. You're like, Josh, I didn't log a single trade. I didn't journal anything. Well, guess what? This month, you're going to, because you do not know where you need to make improvements if you do not remember your trades. I don't remember the trades I took yesterday. I can't remember the stocks I was looking at the 1st of January. I have no idea, right? I have no idea. So again, if you're not logging those trades, if you're not journaling, could be on a piece of paper, could be an Excel spreadsheet, make sure you implement that this month. Because every single month, when you conclude and wrap up your month, one of your jobs as a trader is to review every single day, every single trade. It's going to take time, but it's something that you need to do. What did I do wrong? What can I do different? What did I do very, very well that I need to continue doing moving forward to continue to see better, and better results? Okay, team? So make sure you guys are doing that. If you guys have any questions, let me know. If you guys want to book that one-on-one and you want me to review some of these trades with you as a January recap, definitely book your one-on-one as well. But once again, if you guys are just now tuning in, good morning and happy Money Tuesday, the start of February, a brand new day and a brand new month, once again, full of brand new opportunities. And I'm excited to see what February has in store for us and see the opportunities that the market gives us. So hit me with that good morning. Everybody inside the chat, hit me with that big old good morning over on YouTube as well. How we all doing today? Hit me with a big old good morning on YouTube. And hit me with that good morning in chat. Cole, what's going on? Kits King, Real Lil Spaz, Jakey, Lakey, Corey, how we doing? Rebecca, Steve, Spaz, Jay Cohen. Woo, Arlene, how we all doing? Wade, good morning. Everybody's hitting me with that good morning. Smashing it. Smashing the good morning. Just pop, 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 pop. How we all doing? How we all doing? And again, bear with me today, guys, all right? Bear with me, okay? My daughter's sick. She's not feeling well. I was up all night. I don't feel sick, but I'm just mentally drained because I was up all night with my daughter. She is coughing really, really bad, and she's vomiting, all that fun stuff. So again, bear with me. Again, I'm not 100% functional today, but I can't expect to be 100% of the time. So I'm running at like 80% capacity today. All right. So you may hear me screw up quite a bit, but hey, it happens every now and then. Right. I try and be perfect, but not all the time. How we doing? Keith, Mutaz, AJ, Joey, Brian, John, Keith. How we all doing today over on YouTube? Good morning. Good morning. Happy Money Tuesday. Let's not waste any time. Let's go ahead and dive into what we have going on today. She can't catch a break. Yeah. It's anytime we get a change in weather, anytime we get an abrupt change in weather, like we just had over the past week, where it was like 80 degrees and then it's 30 degrees. She's borderline asthmatic. She's gonna have some surgery. I don't know. There's so much going on with this kid, and I feel so bad. But literally, this kid's getting sick 6 times a year. I feel like, which is good. It's building her immune system. But when she's sick, you know me, I typically get sick. My wife doesn't, but it's those late nights that do it. Like last night, she's not feeling well, borderline fever, up all night, coughing. Again, she's coughing so much that she's in the bathroom quite a bit. It was a long night, and I feel so bad for the kid. But hopefully we can find a solution, and hopefully we can get her feeling a lot better. But let's go ahead, again, not waste any time. We have about 23 minutes to review the stocks of the day, and today's a pretty easy day. Right? Today is a pretty easy day. We got AMC, guys. What's going on with AMC today? AMC previews their fourth quarter 2021 preliminary results. And scanning through it, it actually wasn't all that bad. It was actually pretty good with AMC. So that's why we're seeing some attention here with AMC. From around $16 was the close yesterday, hitting those pre-market highs of $18.88. Right now on AMC, we do have some room up towards around $19.51 to $20. So that would be our overhead target today. If we find a setup, if we end up taking AMC long, not only would we have that $18.88 pre-market high target, but we'd be looking for that 20 EMA right around $19.57. And then we do have some room towards around $20 here on AMC. Support right now, back down towards around 17. Now that's going to be some light support. Better support is going to be back down towards around that 16 to 16.13 level. So again, right now, there's no reason to get involved here on AMC, but it is one of the top stocks that we should watch out of the gate. Not only because it's moving up here in pre-market, not only because there's credible news, but we know when AMC starts moving, what happens? All of those hype traders move back into it, right? It's a hype stock. It's one of those meme stocks. It's a hyped up stock. And whenever these hyped up stocks move, they typically get some decent action, right? Anytime we see GameStop move, it typically gets some decent action. And some of these other related stocks. So if we really start seeing AMC take on off today, I'm not saying it's going to, but if we start to see some crazy action and we say, hey, there's a lot of traders moving back in here to AMC, we should probably be watching like GameStop, right? I mean, again, it's been a year now, but we should maybe be watching GameStop, and we can see GameStop moving up just a little bit, right? Again, this stock wasn't moving up until AMC started moving up, so we do have some sympathy, a little bit. We see GameStop moving up a little bit. We also had like KOSS was another one of those hype stocks, another one of those meme stocks. When AMC would move and GameStop would move, you would have like KOSS. Again, just stocks to be mindful of, to kind of keep on your radar. If you start to see AMC ripping and running, you start to see maybe GameStop ripping and running, maybe we see traders go back to some of these other stocks that were moving in sympathy with AMC and GameStop. And again, that was like KOSS. What was the other one? Was it BlackBerry, BB? BlackBerry was one. And there was another one. I think it was Express, EXPR, if I'm not mistaken. So just some of these stocks to kind of keep on your radar. I'm not saying, hey, we're trading these today. I'm just saying, hey, start to see AMC really get some hype and attention, you could see these other types of stocks get some attention as well. And it's at least worth talking about that now to get you that much more prepared if we start to see that volume, that attention start to shift over to some of these other stocks. Okay, so AMC right now, guys, is like the one stock we're watching out of the gate. It's a very easy day for penny stocks, right? You do have IO. Now, IO, what's happening here? It's a little bit of a dead cat bounce, guys. There is no news here on IO, but IO is trading 3 million shares, on average 1.7. It is a 25 million in float stock, and what's taking place right now on IO? Simply a dead cat bounce, right? So again, big nasty red day there on Thursday, right? Was that Thursday? No, that was going to be Wednesday. Big nasty red day there on, yeah, it was Thursday. Gee, see, I told you I'm going to screw up a lot today. Thursday, nasty red day. Friday tried to bounce. Yesterday tried to bounce. And right now it started getting some attention once we broke back above that 50-cent level, which was Thursday's close, right? So, I mean, absolutely dumped last week. You know, it moved a little bit from around 40 cents up towards around 50, but we're now starting to see that volume really start to move back in since we broke above the close from that nasty red day. So where could we see IO go? Well, it's very clear that we have daily resistance right here around 80 cents. Now, if it breaks 80 cents, up towards around $1. So again, right now, this one's pretty easy. We have support back down towards around 50 cents, right? That's probably one of the better levels of support here on IO, and we have some room to 80 cents, right? So we know we don't really want to be touching this at resistance unless we can see buyers, you know, get this through that level of resistance right around 80 cents. So again, if we can somehow break 80 cents, and this is a stock that has a lot of attention today, we could see IO back up towards around $1. But right now, 80-cent resistance here on IO with bottom support right around 50 cents. Now, you do have some light support right around 56 cents, but better support would be back down around 50. So we will be watching IO today, okay? Again, that's leading the board right now up 53%. It's trading decent volume, and it's a low float, so we could definitely see this thing get some action and possibly breaking that 80 cents up towards around $1. Again, we talked about AMC. Again, it's a very, very easy day. There's not a lot going on in penny stock land. So now we have a lot of back burners to talk about. Okay, so one of my back burners today is going to be DWAC. And why am I looking at DWAC? I just see some nice momentum, and I'm starting to see this pick back up a little bit over the past couple of days, right? So again, a couple of weeks ago, you know, DWAC from around 53 all the way up towards around 93. Over the last week and a half, it's been pulling back. But as DWAC's been pulling back, it's been pulling back on a less volume day after day after day after day, which is healthy when we see pullbacks. Something else that I'm starting to notice here as well with DWAC, not only are we picking back up with volume, we have a little bit of this double bottom here on DWAC, right? So we have just a little bit of that double bottom on DW. Oh my goodness, that is absolutely terrible. What is that? That is not my drawing tool, but again, I won't bring out the drawing tool today. But we're starting to see that little bit of a double bottom here on DWAC above that 20 EMA. So again, as the stock's moving on up from 50 to 93, volume's increasing. That's strength. As we're pulling back, traders are taking profit. Volume is decreasing. That looks good. That sellers are being depleted. That we could see buyers start to move back in. What are we starting to see? Market structure, right? We see that little W. W's indicate market structure, support. M's, same thing, market structure, but as resistance. So again, as we're pulling back on decreasing volume, which looks healthy, we set in a very nice double bottom, and we're starting to see volume move back in. And that double bottom is being held up by that 20 EMA. So overall, this looks like it could start picking back up here today and possibly throughout the rest of this week, maybe coming into next week as well. Overall, I'm liking the flow of DWAC as it's moving up, pulling back. What's it doing? Where's it holding support? Overall, this looks to be a pretty clean stock. It looks to be pretty consistent. So right now, we know we have bottom support here on DWAC back down towards around 66.28. So looking at the daily chart, that's the best level of support, which is right around that 20 EMA as well. Where could we see DWAC go? Well, back up to retest those prior highs from a couple weeks ago, 91.21, give or take. So again, we do have some room up towards around 91.21 and then $100 here on DWAC. Again, overall, I'm just really liking what I'm seeing here on the daily chart. From that leg up, the pullback, the double bottom, you have that 9 EMA holding this stock up. You're starting to see some buying volume, right? Some buyers start to step back in. Again, I do think we have some great potential to see DWAC, today and the remainder of this week, potentially back up to retest that prior high of right around 91.21. So again, one of my top back burner stocks for today, and again, the rest of this week, is DWAC. We are going to watch KSCP as well, another back burner stock, and where we're going to watch this stock is going to be for that gap fill, right? So again, we gapped up yesterday. We opened around 1910 from a Friday close down here around 1630, left a little gap here on the daily chart. So right now we're coming down into Friday's close of 1631. So I just want to keep KSCP on watch around the 1631 level and see if buyers move back in, see if this is going to be a level that, traders respect as support, and maybe we see some volume move back in. Again, right now, there's definitely no reason to touch this stock, but it's definitely something we should keep on watch once again to see if the stock can hold above that 1631 Friday's close. Now, if we drop below that 1631, we do have room back down towards around $15, right? $15 natural support here on KSCP. All right, so another stock that we're going to keep on watch, a little bit of a back burner play, okay? WISH. I'm starting to hear a lot of talk about WISH. So again, I like to kind of follow trends. What's the current trend? What's everybody talking about, right? When everybody's talking about, crypto and this and this and that, there's a lot of hype, right? Some of these move on up. And I'm starting to notice a lot of people talking about Wish again, right? High short float, right? Short squeeze candidate. This stock's going to rip, blah, blah, blah. It seems like everybody right now is starting to talk about WISH. So again, that's kind of the trend that I'm seeing. So I came and I looked at this morning and I'm like, overall, it's not terrible, right? Put in this short double bottom here on the daily. Over the last couple of days, we've been seeing some volume move back in. We actually had some decent action last night in post-market, all the way up to 297. This morning, pulling back and holding yesterday's highs, resistance, as new support, right around 269. So I'm definitely keeping WISH on high watch. above that 269 level. We do have room back up towards around 297 to $3. Now, if WISH ever breaks over $3, we do have some room up towards around 316 and then 350. So right now at this point in time, as long as we hold above that 269 on WISH, we do have some potential and are showing a little bit of strength to see the stock back up to those post-market highs at 297, potentially 3. And who knows, we break 3, maybe even 316. So WISH is another back burner stock that I'm currently looking at for today. I am watching SDC as well. Okay, so I am going to be watching SDC today as well. So not the best looking moving average squeeze formation, but we are seeing that consolidation. It's getting tighter. Last couple of days, we've seen a little bit more volume move in, and it's looking as if we're trying to squeeze between those two moving averages, the 9 EMA, the 50 SMA. This is my go-to moving average squeeze formation. So what we're really looking for here on SDC is for this stock to see some, obviously, volume start to really move in, but to start breaking that 275 level, right? Not only would that be breaking our 50 SMA, that would be breaking over yesterday's highs as well. That's where I believe we could see that next wave of volume really start to move in here on SDC, right? It's heavily shorted. It's one of the top short squeeze stocks right now. Again, there's a lot of people talking about SDC and the short squeeze idea, so there is more interest and more focus being brought into SDC. And we do have a pretty decent daily technical formation as well. Again, we have a nice moving average squeeze formation, not the prettiest, but it's meeting that criteria. So again, over 275, that's where I expect to see some good volume really start to move into SDC, right? We have room up towards around 3. We have room to 322. And then really looking at this daily chart, guys, we got a lot of room all the way up towards like 443, and then we have this massive gap to fill. I'm not saying, hey, the gap's going to be filled today, but I'm saying if we see this moving average squeeze formation play out, we continue to see the hype and the volume and traders move into this, and it's heavily shorted, hey, one of our longer term targets, one of our top targets could be to fill that gap here on the daily chart. So right now, I do want to keep SDC on high watch today, tomorrow, the rest of this week, and continue to see how SDC develops and see if it's going to provide us with an opportunity to get involved. So again, another back burner stock that has some potential and showing a little bit of strength is going to be SDC. Now, some of these other stocks are kind of further on the back burner, right? I think KSCP has some good potential. I think WISH and SDC and most definitely DWAC. Those 4 stocks we just talked about, those have the best potential in my opinion. So those are going to be on the top of my back burner watch list. So the other stocks we're going to talk about are more towards the bottom. I'm not too crazy about them, but they are showing some potential, okay? We got BBIG. Okay, BBIG putting in a little bit of this double bottom here on the daily chart. But every time the stock tries to move, it struggles, right? Recently, anytime it's tried to get that next leg up, it's been struggling. So what we have to do is wait for this to break back above 353, okay? That's what that's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to wait for BBIG to actually break and hold above and stay above that 353 for me to get even somewhat interested here on BBIG. Now, BBIG would have some room to 391, back up to the 200 SMA at 413, and then potentially back up into the 440, 450 level, and then $5 would be the next main level of resistance here on BBIG. But again, I am personally not going to be touching the stock until it proves itself to me. Is this double bottom going to hold on up, right? Is this a good double bottom? Are we going to get a break of the neckline, 353? Right? Are we going to see some strength and see traders hold this above that 353? If so, I'm starting to get interested, and I could see myself taking this long for maybe some day trade opportunities as well as maybe a short-term swing trade here on BBIG. So again, I really want to see this prove itself above that 353, breaking above, staying above, and then I think we have some opportunity to get involved here with BBIG. All right, so again, I think SDC, Wish, and some of these other stocks have better opportunity, but I still think BBIG has some opportunity, but maybe not the best right now for today. SBEV, I mean, still one of those stocks we've been watching for the past, week now, right? And it's been teasing me little by little by little. It's been teasing me. I jumped in last night, 427, got out right before the close at 425. So I was in. I was looking for that 435 break. It never got it, so I went ahead and got out as I was not willing to swing trade the stock. But again, it is on high watch again today, guys. SBEV is building on up little by little by little, day after day after day. And all we're looking for here on SBEV is a break over 435. Now, once this stock breaks 435, that's where I think a lot of volume and a lot of focus is really going to start moving back in to SBEV. Okay, so again, I'm looking for a break above 435 SBEV as we do show potential and some strength here back up towards around $5. Okay, so again, right now it just simply needs a break and hold above 435, and if so, we have some opportunity. Let's take advantage of it. Let's get prepared. All right, obviously we're watching the SPY, right? We're watching the Qs. We'll talk about those here in a moment. But the top two option stocks that I want to watch today, okay? I want to watch Lowe's and I want to watch Home Depot. Why? Take a look at Home Depot and take a look at Lowe's. Both of these stocks following suit with the market, right? They're moving with the market. We can see when the overall market was falling, Lowe's was falling, Home Depot was falling. When the market was finding a bottom, we started to see Home Depot find its bottom, slowly moving on up. Lowe's finding its bottom, slowly moving on up. But what I'm starting to see is a little bit of a flag formation, right? Now, it's not the best looking flag formation, but I'm starting to see that more on Home Depot, right? Big leg down, followed by this period of consolidation in an upward fashion on decreasing volume. This is a bearish flag. So we're starting to really form a bearish flag here on HD. So I am looking to see if Home Depot ever breaks out of this bearish flag to the downside so I can start taking some puts, shorting this stock, whether that's for a day trade, maybe that's for a short-term swing trade as well. So on Home Depot, right now I am leaning more towards the short side, but again, anything can happen, anything can change in the market at any point in time. So again, I'm waiting for confirmation, and that confirmation is actually seeing this crack out of this bearish flag, and I can start looking for some entries to the short side back down towards around 343 on Home Depot. Okay, so I see that very distinctively on Home Depot. You see a little bit of it, not as distinctive, but you can see it here on Lowe's. Again, leg down, period of consolidation to the upside into a level of resistance, and that level of resistance not only is past resistance and support, it's also our 20 EMA. So I'd like to see if Home Depot shows some weakness, right, around that 238.50. If we can start rolling on over here as well and breaking out of this flag formation, I would also be looking to take some puts or to short Lowe's. All right, tonight we have some earnings. We got Google earnings. We have PayPal earnings tonight after the close, and we have AMD earnings after the close, right? Disney, I'm still watching Disney up towards around 147. Yesterday, we hit our first target, 139 entries to 141.74. Now, the second target here on Disney is going to be up towards around 147 as we're looking to fill this gap. So again, right now, support 141.47 here on Disney, with room to 147, all right? Again, what did we say yesterday on the SPY and the Qs? I was thinking a slight gap up and probably see a little bit of resistance around that 20 EMA. So we're seeing a slight gap up, but we're still slightly below that 20 EMA on the SPY. So that's a key level that I think we should be paying close attention to today. Is going to be that 451.44. Not only is that prior support, it's also 20 EMA resistance. So let's keep this on watch. It's just like the 200 SMA. Not as strong, but again, it's a level we should keep on watch. Look at how many times the SPY last week tried breaking above the 200 and it got rejected. Tried breaking above the 200, got rejected. We could see the same thing take place here with the SPY, right? And that's my 20 EMA. I think I may have said 9, right? If I said the 9 EMA, my bad. 20 EMA, okay? So again, that's my 20 EMA is that yellow line. So again, it lines up with prior support, and that's why I think it's a very key level, right? We have some prior resistance. We have some prior support right around 451.44, and it's also the 20 EMA here on the SPY. So that's a key level to be looking at today, 451.44. I'm kind of thinking to the downside a little bit. Not trying to predict the market, but what we talked about yesterday and everything that I'm seeing is I think we see some resistance at this level, and maybe we see it pull back a little bit here, back down maybe towards around that 442, 443 level. Okay. But again, we at least know we're right at resistance on the SPY. We're not looking to take this long out of the gate. We're just sitting back, waiting to see what unfolds and what develops. Now, if it breaks and holds above that 20 EMA, hey, we have room to 460 next, guys. Okay? So that's what we're looking at there on the SPY. Let's do a quick poll. Let's take a quick vote. Here inside the chat, we have about a minute to go. What stock do you think is going to do the best today? Now, do you think it's going to be AMC? Do you think it's going to be IO? Right? Do you think it's going to be DWAC? Think it's going to be KSCP? Do you think it's going to be the SPY? Do you think our focus should be on the SPY? Or maybe you think it's Lowe's or Home Depot? Or do you guys think it's going to be something else like we've been seeing a lot of lately? Right? Something completely different. So go ahead and cast your vote, team. What stock do you think is going to do the best today? Let's see what chat's thinking. Let's go ahead and get ready to go for the day, team. And let's go ahead and start our February on a strong note. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to say Home Depot and Lowe's. So what do we got here? 28% of chat saying Home Depot, Lowe's. We got 42% of chat saying something else. So again, we got 40% of chat saying something else that wasn't on the list whatsoever. So what are you guys thinking? What stocks do you think were going to be the best today? You know, I like SBEV. I like WISH, right? SBEV has room to 5, right? So SBEV has room to that $5 level. SBEV was probably one of my top back burner stocks. Now, DWAC definitely looks good, right? Maybe KSCP above that 1631, which right now we're actually sliding below. WISH, but I would have to say that, you know, SBE, I can't even talk today. My goodness, my apologies, guys. Bear with me. Yeah, lack of sleep. I might not trade today. SBEV, in my opinion, showing some of the best potential if we can break and hold above that 435. You guys got to hit me with something. Come over to my house, punch me, wake me up. We're all set, ready to rock and roll. IO looks really good for a gap and go. IO looks really good for a gap and go. A little bit of this ascending triangle formation out of pre-market. You have room to 80 cents on IO, guys. So right now, if you guys are in IO, have room to 80 to 82 cents. What'd you guys in chat have to say? You said other. Nothing that's on the list. So I'm personally looking at Lowe's for that rejection right off the 20 EMA to possibly start seeing this roll over out of this bearish flag. And, you know, kind of the same thing with Home Depot, guys. I'm looking to see if this one can stay inside of this bearish flag formation and start to see it crack and start to move on lower. We'll have to sit here and wait and see what happens. You got SBEV right now breaking over that 435, guys. You know, AMC does have room back down to 17, like support, and then all the way back down to 1613, which is a little bit better support there on AMC. There's going SBEV, 444 now, SBEV. And I got to wait for a slight pullback here. Something. I'm going to chase it right at high a day and watch it come falling back down. But again, as long as it doesn't drop below low a day, guys, as long as it does not drop below the low a day of 430, we have room to 5. They're on SBEV. This was one of my top back burner stocks. SDC was another one, guys. SDC was another one over 275. This one has a lot of great potential up towards around $3. Definitely keep SDC on high watch, guys. Over 275, room to 3. SBEV over 435, room to 5. You do not want to see this dropping below the low of day. So right now, we got SDC, you want to keep on watch, and SBEV as well. And as you guys can see, I currently have 0 positions. So currently, I am not in anything at this point in time. Everything out of the gate, pulling back, pulling back, pulling back. The only things that I see right now that look somewhat tempting is going to be WISH above 269. I like that. I want to keep it on watch. Definitely SDC over 275 team, so keep both of those on high watch here. And then SBEV right now over that 435. SBEV doesn't look all that bad for that potential leg up around $5 today. Waiting for a little bit more of a pullback. I want to see it come back down to that 435 and prove to me that, hey, this is a level of support and this is a level that traders are looking to hold on up. So again, I do not have any entries at this point in time. CREX. Got going on with CREX. So this one started getting volume right at 9 o'clock. So CREX, they win a multi-million-dollar retail project on first bid together. So again, we got a multi-million-dollar retail project. They won that. So we got CREX gapping up here. And this one has a lot of resistance at 194 and 2, and then 219. We were talking about BFRI yesterday for that gap fill bounce. This one's now starting to get some nice volume here right out of the gate. You want to watch BFRI as well. Has room to 445. So right now, I'm literally just watching the high of the day momentum scanner and our breakout scanner at this point in time, looking to see what stocks we had been watching, maybe hitting one of these scanners, as that's where volume and attention's starting to go. But right now, everything's just pulling back, and there's nothing right now to be trading, in my opinion. Again, SBEV, we never had an entry. Again, we were waiting for this to hold above that 434. It's now back below that 434, 435. So no entries there. BBIG, Pulling back off the open. SDC is the one trying to get some volume here. I personally can't trade SDC on Fidelity for some reason. It won't let me enter a position, so. But, you know, SDC doesn't look bad at all. It's a short squeeze candidate, right? 30% of the float is currently short. It's a former hype stock. And anytime these former hype stocks get fresh attention and volume, they could really rip and run, right? So again, SDC, you can kind of see that there's more and more and more people talking about SDC, how it's a short squeeze candidate, all that good stuff. So again, SDC, I would be very interested over 275. And right now, 0 trades. Yep, Chris, no trades. Cole, no trades. Hey, we're only 9 minutes in, guys. All right, we're only 9 minutes into the day. All right, work on that patience. What's the best opportunity right now? Where's the best trade at this point in time? I would expect to see Netflix, have a pullback. It was a pretty nice day yesterday, up about $30 from yesterday's open once we broke and held back above $400. So I would expect to see Netflix have a little bit of a pullback, at least at the start of the day, probably back down towards around like 409 to 410. Be a good level of support to see Netflix pull back to before seeing, traders step back in and possibly get that next leg up here in Netflix. Again, everybody in chat's like, yep, nothing, nada. Chris, don't see anything I like. Nothing setting up. Yeah, I don't see anything right now. 0 trades for me, guys. Working on that discipline right now. Working on that patience, right? What's the best of the best opportunity? Again, we've been finding a lot of the best opportunity, guys. It seems to be after 10 o'clock. It seems to be after 10 o'clock is when we're finding that just killer opportunity. So right now, I'm okay with sitting back on my hands and, waiting. I mean, Disney here doesn't look bad, and Disney has room to 145, guys. So, I mean, Disney right now really doesn't look all that bad. And once again, we have room to 145 here on Disney. So what we're looking for is a break over 143.75. So Disney over 143.75. You have room to 145 next. Let's wait for a high or a lower high to set in, right? We pushed on up, slightly above the 20 EMA, pulling on back. Let's wait for a lower high to set in. Right, let's wait for a little bit better confirmation here before we jump on in here. The last thing we want to do is jump the gun here for a put, and we see it back up at like 239, and that would be a better entry. So I'm willing to sit back and wait to see this bounce back up just a little bit more. Look for a potential lower high before I start thinking about placing any kind of short orders here on lows. And, the same thing with Home Depot. I'd be waiting for a slight bounce back up. Try and see that lower high set in, and then get prepared for a possible trade. So I'm personally looking at Lowe's, Home Depot, Netflix. That's where a lot of my focus is. A CREX You know, this stock has resistance at 194, 2, but then you could see $2.20 here on CREX, and it's forming support here right at 170. So, you know, as long as we don't drop below, I would say the low of day here on CREX, and we break this downtrend on CREX, you could see a big spike up towards around that 194 to $2, and then a break over 2. You have room up towards around 219 there on CREX. So right now, CREX doesn't look bad at all. Stops would be under low a day at 164. You have a 194, a $2 target, and then over 2, you have room to 220. Right now, CREX doesn't look bad whatsoever. This is why we wait for confirmation, guys. This is why we don't jump the gun. This is why we wait for confirmation to enter. Maybe a little two-legged pullback here on the SPY, guys. Two-legged pullback, right? Last 3 candles on down, increased volume. We have a 2-candle bounce. We call those two-legged pullbacks into that 9 EMA, into that prior low. We could see the next leg down here on the SPY, and your target would be 440, right around like 448.30. 448.34 would be your target. So that's about $1 to the downside if we see that two-legged pullback form. Again, looking at Netflix, Netflix has room down to 420. Then all the way back down, looking at the daily charts of 409 here on Netflix. And Netflix, below low a day here, cracking below 425.40. That's when we can see that next leg down into the 420s. Again, your target would be right around 421. I am looking at Netflix for a possible trade coming on up. The last thing that I want to do is jump the gun here, watch it be a double bottom and a break of the downtrend and get stopped out to the short side. So I'm still being patient on Netflix, but I am really watching Netflix here for a possible trade coming on up. So right now, I'm focused here on Netflix, looking for a rejection off the downtrend, a break below low of day. Again, we have about $5 to $6 potential to the downside first target. Excuse me, guys. And then down towards around that 409. So no entries yet. As you guys can see, I still have no open positions at this point in time. You know, penny stocks, nothing's really set up yet for pennies. You know, I'm kind of scanning across these penny stocks that we had on watch, and nothing right now is setting up at this point in time. So to put our focus here on the SPY, the Qs, this is where our focus should be right now. Been sitting back, being patient. We are officially 18 minutes into the day. No trades. Hey, baby, it's all good. Sometimes the best trades come just a little bit later in the day. Right now, just focus on that discipline, guys. Don't jump the gun. Wait for your setup. Wait for your opportunity. And the trade will come to you. The last thing you need to be doing is jumping the gun. Let's not start off February red. I know I started off January red, so maybe that's going to be a trend. No, I'm kidding. Last month is last month. But let's definitely not put ourselves in a position to take any kind of bad or sloppy trades and take an unnecessary loss. Right now, I'm sitting on my hands, guys. Trade will come. The trade will present itself. Right now in the queues. Who's on watch here? GMVD. GMVD, this one's just been a very messy stock the past few days. I mean, we've had this one on watch, and it was looking good last Friday, but yesterday definitely not looking good, and it's still trying to hold on up. It's still trying to hold on up. What I would do is I would watch GMVD. If you're interested in the stock, above $5. As long as GMVD can stay above $5, yes, you do have some potential back up towards around $5.50 and then $5.80 here on GMVD, and just keep it easy. You want to see the stock hold above $5 support. Okay? And if you can see the stock hold above $5 support, Friday's highs, $5.50, and then Thursday's highs up towards around $5.80 would be your targets. Right now, there's just not a lot of volume, but this could be one of those low volume, just slow and steady grinders, 10-15% today. They're on GMVD. So still showing some potential, but again, it's just been a little sloppy the last couple of days with GMVD. Right now, what are you guys looking at? Is there anything that's on your radar? Anything that's standing out to you? Again, penny stocks, not a lot, guys. Right now with, the SPY and the Qs, it's been moving, right? We're down about $2 from high day to that low day, a little over $2. But again, looking back in hindsight, not really seeing the best of the best setup to get the best of the best entry. So Chris said his phone. Like, that's my phone. That's where I'm looking right now. Now, I would say if KSCP can really get back above Friday's close, which we're trying right now, and we can actually hold above that level, yeah, it has some potential on KSCP. SI Silvergate. Deal to buy blockchain assets. Barons.com article. I mean, yeah, the news is good there. So what I would say is, just keep on watch yesterday's close. Right, it's gapping up. We could easily see the stock again gap up, come down to fill the gap, and we can actually see a short-term gap fill bounce. So maybe we can see the stock come down to 107.88, fill that gap from yesterday's close, and start to see buyers move back in for a bounce back up to today's open, which is also the 20 EMA. And we can see that that was a little bit of resistance. So that could potentially be an $8-9 per share trade here. If we can see this come down to that 107.88 and get that nice bounce back up to that 116 there on ticker SI. So Home Depot was good out of the gate. I mean, that was good out of the gate. Right now, I cannot see myself getting involved here with Home Depot, but it's still definitely on watch. 110%. It's still on watch. But as far as me getting an entry right now, right here, I can't see myself pulling the trigger as it's already down $4 off those highs. The last thing I want to do is chase the short here at 366 and watch it bounce back up a little bit, knowing I can get a little bit better of an entry. So right now, I love Home Depot to the short side. Home Depot and Lowe's were my top two shorts for today. And both of these, starting the day, slightly red. You got Home Depot down about 3 points off the highs. You got Lowe's down about 3 points as well off those highs. But I can't seem to chase this the short side. I definitely want to get involved here, but I need to wait just a smidge longer. Would I be taking square puts? Probably not. Probably not. Now, let me ask you this. Would you be looking to take square puts for a swing trade, or are you just thinking for a day trade? And the reason I would say probably not if it was a swing trade, because you have PayPal earnings, and you could see some sympathy with Square because of PayPal's earnings. We've seen it before quite a bit, right? We've seen PayPal move with Square and Square move with PayPal. So if it's not a swing trade, okay, let's think about a possible short opportunity on Square. And really what you'd want to be looking for is this stock break below 122.75 support and then actually retest it as resistance. And if you see that take place, absolutely, that would be a decent little short down to 120 and then down towards around 113 there on Square. Right now, I would not be chasing the short. I would not be trying to short it right now because you're right at support. If it cracks support and old support turns into resistance and you see that retest, that's when I would be looking to enter a short position for about $3 initial gain into the 120 level. And then again, you can see it down towards around 113. I would not hold it overnight. Why? PayPal earnings. Okay, what if PayPal has really good earnings and you see PayPal squeeze up 10 points? Well, you could definitely see some sympathy movement with Square, and we've seen that in the past. I tell you what, penny stocks are just dead. Absolutely dead right now. So I'm still watching Lowe's for a potential entry. I'm watching Home Depot, looking to see where I can possibly get involved. That's really it. I'm watching Netflix here as well. See what Netflix is going to do. I'm watching The Spy off to the side. But right now, don't see anything that I want to get involved with. SPY doesn't look bad for a short as long as the SPY stays below 450, which is also the VWAP, and we crack that little teeny uptrend that you see there. Yeah, we can start to see the SPY roll back over and move down into that 448 level. Awesome, man. I'm glad you liked it. I am glad that you liked that lesson, my man. That's awesome stuff. So appreciate you. And if you guys do not know, we did upload that support resistance lesson over on YouTube, absolutely free for you guys. I promised you last Tuesday during our masterclass session. So again, if you want to check that out, it is now live there on our public YouTube channel. BFRI doesn't look bad, but BFRI has a lot of resistance at 445. That's the only reason. It's like there's just a lot of resistance up there at 445. But if BFRI can break back above 14 and break this downtrend and the VWAP, there's the SPY. There's the SPY, baby. Wow, that got pulled down pretty aggressively, too. So the SPY was looking good for the crack of the uptrend below that 450, getting rejected off the VWAP as well. That was clean right there. That was a quick, clean dollar drop just about there on the SPY. Get IO, room back to 75 and then 80 cents. You got 75-cent resistance and then 80-cent resistance. I get really interested in IO over 80 because over 80 cents, we do have some room to $1 there. Right now, I'm watching BFRI here for a break of this downtrend above that 384 support. Not only would it be a break of the downtrend, it'd be breaking back above 4 and the VWAP, and then it has some room to 440 and then 445. So watch BFRI here, team. This could be one trade, one quick in and out. Right? Nice low risk, about 10 to 15 cents. You got about 40 cents to the upside right now on BFRI. So right now, keep this on watch. Breaking above VWAP, the downtrend, and $4 with volume. That shows some strength, and we do have some room back up to that 435 high a day. And then 445, right around that 20 EMA on the daily chart. So we may have SI coming into that 107.88 for a quick bounce right around 107.88. And we could potentially see it bounce back up towards around that 116. The news, like you said over on YouTube, actually isn't all that bad. You may have a crack of support and a retest coming on up here on Square. So we're definitely watching Square here as well for a crack below that 122.75. For a simple retest, showing us that old support is now new resistance for that next leg down to 120 there on SQ. I'm still watching Netflix here for a potential short. And I see room down to 121.10. SPY still getting hit pretty hard. Probably see the SPY bounce back up here a little bit. So again, I'm still tradeless, guys, which is rare. I'm still tradeless on the day. But what we can start doing is let's run a little bit of a downtrend here on the SPY. Let's see if we ever come back up into this downtrend for a possible short. So again, you've had a couple good shorts. Actually, only one. It was this short-term crack of the uptrend as it was showing weakness at 450 in the VWAP, and this thing got pulled down very aggressively. So right now, do not chase this to the short side. I mean, it's already dropped about $2 to the downside. You do not want to chase this. Wait for it to bounce back up, possibly into this downtrend, and then look for a short opportunity here on the SPY. I'm watching Netflix here. So I'm short Netflix. 428. Stops over 430, looking for it to crack low a day and come on down towards around that 421.10. So again, the SPY, you're looking for it to bounce back up into this downtrend. Looking for it to bounce back up into this downtrend. You want to see it get rejected as resistance, and then you could look for a short for the next leg down here on the SPY. Again, we're just being patient. Probably back up towards around that 449 level. That would be this downtrend. At least we know we have room back down to low a day, which is 447. So if we get a nice clean entry right around this downtrend at 449, we would look to take some profit back down towards around 447, which is $2 to the downside here. Pennies, GMVD, anything? No. CREX, it's sitting sideways. BFRI, it broke the downtrend and it broke 4. Quick spike to 420. Slight pullback here. As long as we hold $4 now, you still technically have room back up to that high of day, but it did just pop about 20 cents, which I mean isn't terrible. 20 cents is 20 cents. IO is really starting to slow down a little bit. AMC hasn't really done anything since we opened today. Stuck in this really nice downtrend here on AMC. DWAC has yet to do anything. ASCP is fighting. Yeah, it's fighting here. Back above that 1631 level, guys. Go ahead and bring support up to intraday resistance. We had a lot of resistance at $16.80. Let's see if KSCP can now hold above old resistance as new support. And we also have a nice uptrend as well on this trade. Right, you can run a trend line off low a day, 1520, and run it up underneath these lows from around 956 to 957. So again, you are coming back down into a decent little level of support, old resistance, as well as the trend line, and you have the VWAP right there as well. So again, watch KSCP above that 1680. And same thing with the Qs, right? The Qs, point number 1 of the downtrend. Point 2, coming into point number 3. Point number 3 also lines up with prior support, aka new resistance. So watch the Qs below 361. As long as the Qs do not break back above 361, you do still have some room to the downside for a potential short coming on up here on ticker QQQ, the Qs. We're seeing a little bit of opportunity right now with the Qs and still have some opportunity coming on up here with Z SPY. And don't forget about SDC over 275 team. Over 275, SDC has room to 3 and 322. So top stocks you guys should be watching right now at this point in time, right? Where should your focus be? Penny stocks, SDC, breaking above 275, room to 3, and then 322. KSCP, okay? You're at the trend line, but yeah, breaking back below that 1680, that's no bueno. That's no bueno. Nothing with DWAC right now. AMC, not a whole lot going on. IO, not a lot going on. BFRI, quick little pop, but traders could not stay behind that trade. But you do got CREX with a little bit of a squeeze formation, guys. So right now, CREX, I would say high watch above 170 here. As long as CREX stays above 170 and we see that 9 EMA squeeze this above that VWAP, boom, you have room to 191, 194, and then $2. They're on CREX. So the top 2 penny stocks that you guys should be watching at this point in time. CREX for a slight 9 EMA a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze above that 170 support level. Room to 191, 194, then room to $2 and then 220. And then SDC for the break and hold above 275, room to 3. Top 2 penny stocks right now at this point in time. Again, CREX and SDC. I'm looking for the same thing on the SPY. Remember the SPY last time? A lot of resistance, cracked the short-term uptrend, and then flushed on down about $2. Looking for the same thing here on the SPY, right? Slowly grinding back up into downtrend resistance with a slight uptrend. I'd be looking for the SPY to get rejected off this downtrend, stay below, also crack this short-term uptrend for the next leg down to 447. So we may have a trade coming on up here on the SPY. So again, if you guys were looking for puts, go find you a 30 delta. So tomorrow's expiration, find a 30 delta. So the puts, you'd be looking for a 445 put. That's the highest volume, highest open interest, 30 delta, a 445 put for tomorrow. They're still relatively cheap. They're about 166 a contract. So if you were looking for puts, you'd be looking for tomorrow's expiration, ideally a 445 put. Again, rejection off the downtrend, cracking the short-term uptrend for that next leg down to at least low a day, 447. About $2 of reward. It's about $60 per contract. And that's a pretty decent return, if you ask me. That's about 40% return there. Let's see how we look on this candle. Are we going to stay below this this downtrend, or are we going to see a crack of the uptrend? If so, like I said, guys, you got about $2 to the downside here on the SPY. Tomorrow expiration, 445 put, has the 30 delta, has the open interest, has the volume. That would be the ideal contract you'd want to go with. But again, if you've been working, with a 15 delta, then go with a 440, right? It's about half the delta. If you want to go with something a little bit less of a delta, you make less reward, but it's less risk, would want to go with a 440 put for tomorrow. I'm looking for two things: rejection off the downtrend, crack of the uptrend, and also below that 9 EMA. Stops would be over that high if you get your entry. If it cracks the uptrend and falls below that 9 EMA, your stops would be over that high of 449 with a first target of 447. And you got CREX and SDC. These are the top two penny stocks that I'd be watching right now at this point in time. Want to see this close below that uptrend. Right, we want to see a nice, clean close. We want to see it close below here. All right, cool. Starting to dip below here a little bit. You may get ready to pull the trigger. Again, not yet. We want to see an actual closure below this uptrend. Right now, I wouldn't be jumping the gun. Again, wait for it to close below this uptrend and fall below that 9 EMA as well. Got about 30 seconds left on this candle. Stops would be if this stock closes over this prior high. That would be your stop loss, would be a close over that prior high, which would also be a break of the downtrend. That would be where you want to stop out. So you got about 10 seconds left. What's going to happen here on the SPY? We're going to get a nice little drop and close below. We're going to confirm an entry here, or we still got to be a little bit more patient. We got to be a little bit more patient, guys. No entries yet. May have a trade coming on up here on the spot. You can see it's still getting rejected off the downtrend, guys. Still getting rejected. You may have an entry coming on up. I think this may be it. I think that's an entry, guys. Not terrible. If you want to take it, you could take it. Stops would be right over that prior high. Target 447. Very low risk here. You're risking less than 50 cents off the entry. You're looking to get about $1.75, almost $2 a reward here. That's the thing. You want to see it fall, right? You want to see it fall. That's it. You just want to start to see it sell on off. That's the crack of the uptrend below the 90 EMA. Rejection off the downtrend. You got a few separate reasons here. You want to see it just start falling. Down below 448. Looking good. Below 448. Not looking all that bad. Let's start to see that selling volume start moving on in. We haven't seen yet. There we go. That's what we want to see. We want to see it get pulled down like that. You guys are up about 50 cents a share right now. Might want to consider just getting out at break even on the SPY. If you had 2 contracts and you locked in some initial profit on that drop, good job. Your other contract is most definitely break even. Right now, if you close above 449, you definitely want to exit that position. I would think it would break here. I think it's going to break personally. I mean, I could be wrong. But to me, it looks like it wants to break that downtrend and move up over 449. So make sure you have a stop in the system. Make sure your finger's on the trigger. Just in case you start to see the SPY popping above that 449, you can go ahead and get out of that position just in case it squeezes up to that 450 level. But you're still technically below that downtrend. Yep, I'd be getting out of that. Broke above the downtrend, I would have been out. The second you saw that candle above that downtrend, I would have got out. That would have been break even too, guys. Been right around break even. PBI. Yeah, but PBI is right at resistance. Now, it bounced up a little bit there, 490, 520, but right into resistance at oh, I'm sorry. No. I was looking at this candle. That's not the right candle. Nope, never mind. You're good. I was looking at this candle. I'm like, no, you're right at resistance. I'm like, hold up. So maybe a little bit of a red to green. You know, you get a little bit of that dead cat bounce here over on PBI. So again, over that, 530 level, you do have some room that the 555, 560. You're on PBI. There's a lot of stocks that seem like they're moving, right? You got LGVN moving a little bit. You got PBI. You got a lot of things moving on up. But the one thing that I notice is the lack of volume, number one. All of these stocks that are moving on up right now are hitting resistance and failing, right? A lot of these stocks that are starting to get some action, they're squeezing right up into levels of resistance, and they are failing. So, I mean, LGVN, you have resistance at 890. You're on LGVN. Look across the board. You know, you had GMVD trying to get some potential here. Nothing. CREX, it's sideways, not really doing a whole lot. BFRI is trying to get its move that we were talking about there about 20 minutes ago or so. IO, flat, sitting sideways. AMC trying to get some volume. But again, guys, it's not A-plus opportunity. You know, there's stuff moving, right? There's stuff moving on up. But is it the best of the best opportunity right now? I would say no. A lot of these stocks that are trying to get some volume, trying to move on up, they're all hitting pretty decent levels of resistance, and they're failing. They're getting rejected. Nothing's holding on up. Nothing is actually proving itself at this point in time. So I'm like 50 cents away from getting stopped out of my Netflix position. Unfortunately, but if I take a stop, I take a stop. gotta do the right thing. But I'm like very close from getting stopped out here. That thing just completely went against me. Yeah, I'm gonna get stopped out here. That's for sure. And there's my potential stop out. 7 seconds left. That closes above. That is my stop. Didn't close above, so I still have yet to get stopped out here. But it's close. Like, it is very close. So I would say if you guys are watching anything right now, still a back burner sleeper play for pennies would be SDC. SDC above that 275, room to 3. Penny stocks right now are just very dead, very slow. Really not a lot of great opportunity with penny stocks, guys. Things are just pretty sideways, pretty choppy, pretty messy. You know, some of the better setups that we saw, they're just taking a long time to play on out. And a lot of them are you just cracking, fading, and falling like we've been seeing a lot of lately with penny stocks. Right now, it's 10:27, guys. We're less than an hour in. We had 1 trade on the SPY. We had 2 trades on the SPY. This one was pretty much a break even. The second we broke back above that level, that was a quick exit. Maybe a very teeny weeny loss, if not break even, or maybe you took some initial profits on the initial, you know, that little 75-cent drop that we saw. But either way, that definitely wasn't something that ran against us too bad. You know, it was a very close to our entry stop out there on the SPY. And here's my stop out on Netflix. And boom, I'm out. I guarantee it drops now. I guarantee it drops now. Again, I was in this for a longer term short to the downside. All right, I was looking right off pre-market highs. Again, it was squeezing on up, moving on up, pre-market highs. I was expecting to see it get rejected and pull back a little bit. And I was also kind of watching the SPY, not putting that much emphasis on the SPY with Netflix, and Netflix is doing its own thing. But again, I saw the long, I saw the break on up. To me, it was a little overextended right there at 435. And again, it's just one of those trades that didn't work out. I was looking for it to get rejected, pull back about $3-4. I was looking to take it for a quick little scalp there. Unfortunately, I got stopped out there on Netflix. So again, this is what I have on Netflix. And I saw this bounce off the trend line, break of the downtrend, the run on up. I didn't see the volume I wanted to see here, right? I'm starting to see that volume, you know, drop a little bit, right up into resistance. Telling me like, hey, right up at those pre-market highs after that breakout, would be expecting a slight pullback before maybe seeing that break on out. So again, I was taking a short right here. Right when I saw, okay, we moved on up right into the open. We got rejected right up into those pre-market highs. We got rejected, light volume, large upper shadow. I'm like, you know what? Let me go ahead and take that short, and then immediately squeeze me out. Immediately squeeze me out. And I was like, you know what? It happens. You know, a loss is a loss, right? You just, losses can't be that big, right? You can't have large losses. You got to be able to bounce back. So let's bounce back, baby. Go ahead and flip everything to 5 minutes right now, because everything's kind of choppy looking on the 1 minute. So right now I'm going to switch everything to a 5 minutes. The Qs, you can see a little bit of that inverse head and shoulders formation, especially on the 5 minute. You're starting to really see that set in on a 1 minute as well, guys. So a little bit of that inverse head and shoulders formation you're starting to see here on the Qs. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I've been drinking a crap ton of water, as you guys know. Crap ton of water. So I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom, and we'll dive right back into it. All right, and we're back. Can I look at the Airbnb chart? Yeah, absolutely. So this is something that I have been looking at for a little bit. And the one thing that I'm noticing and the one thing that I'm paying close attention to is, number one, the 200 SMA, which really hasn't been respected too much on the stock. Maybe like 2-3 times in the past, but here recently, just this one time. A lot of the times it's really just not honoring the 200, but I am being mindful of where that 200 SMA is, as the 200 SMA is lining up with this daily downtrend here on Airbnb. So what I'm noticing is we're in this downtrend. We're coming down into this physical downtrend line, which is right around 160. And what else is right around 160? Well, we have the 200 SMA as well. And we have prior support, prior resistance around 160, right? We had prior resistance, but all that support and resistance. A lot of support at 160. Got some resistance. We broke above, tons of support, nice big bounce at 160. When we dipped below 160, it was resistance. We fell on off. We got a couple reasons to say, hey, 160 is going to be tough, right? We have the downtrend, number one. We have the 200 SMA, number two. We You have prior support, prior resistance right around that 160 level. I'm actually going to call it right around 161. So could we see Airbnb move up towards around 160 to 161 before we see it pull on back? Absolutely. So right now at this point in time, you do have about another $5 to $6 potentially to the upside before we run into a very key level of resistance here on Airbnb. I mean, you got this slight little uptrend, right? Slight uptrend here on Airbnb. It's building higher lows on the daily chart. So again, we put in a low at 121.50, up to almost 220, back down, higher low, a little bit of a double bottom, ripped back up to those all-time highs, pulling back into that slight uptrend. So you are seeing some support down here on Airbnb, but again, you got to be mindful of those 3 levels we just talked about. If you're looking to go long, you actually want to see the stock break above those 3 key levels of resistance that we just talked about, then I would think you'd be in the clear here on Airbnb to see a potential recovery back up to those all-time highs, which is right around that 220 level. Yeah, today's a pretty challenging day. I'm not gonna lie. Today there's not an abundance of opportunity, right? And we're about an hour and 35 minutes into the day. No, we're an hour and 5 minutes into the day. And right now, don't get me wrong, there's been a few opportunities. I mean, you had the SPY, right? Now this one, yeah, I mean, it didn't work on out. It was quick profit, but again, turned it around very, very quick for a quick stop out. So, I mean, call that 1 for 2 on the SPY. So, I mean, 50-50. You see had a really nice winner here. This one was a very, very almost break even, very small loss trade on the SPY. So, hey, I say 1 for 2 on the SPY. The Qs, the only thing, yeah, there was really nothing here on the Qs that we had called out. Home Depot and Lowe's, I missed both of these at resistance, so I was never able to grab those. And penny stocks has just been absolutely just dead. Right? Literally no opportunity with penny stocks. Everything's just very, very slow at this point in time. And hey, what do we need? We need stocks moving, right? We need stocks to move. We make some money, but nothing's moving consistently right now for me to feel confident with, jumping on in. Again, I would say today's definitely I would rate this market as like a 2. Right? Definitely a little bit of a 2 or a 3. But hey, that can definitely turn around. What did we see yesterday? Again, we need to understand market conditions. Okay. So what did we see yesterday? We saw some quick action out of the gate, which we saw a little bit of that quick action on BFRI out of the gate. And that was pretty much it, right? That was the only stock that we saw some quick action out of the gate. Everything else falling on off. But yesterday, we saw some penny stock activity over lunch hours, 11, 12. We actually saw some decent movements with penny stocks over lunch. So we'll definitely be here looking to see if there's any opportunity throughout these lunch hours with penny stocks, as that's where the next best opportunity may be, maybe right around 11 o'clock. We'll be looking at that breakout scanner. We'll be looking at the high today momentum scanner as well, looking to see where the next best opportunity is. But right now, I'm personally sitting back on my hands. guys are looking at RIG. You guys have room to 359. I call it 356. So, I mean, you have another 15 cents to the upside on RIG. I am still watching Netflix. Losing some volume up here. We could be flagging, but I'm seeing some bearish divergence. I need a few other reasons here on Netflix, though. If I were to re-enter a trade on Netflix, I'd have to get a couple more separate reasons. Maybe a quick break into a new high a day. Watch it get rejected. That bearish divergence is confirmed. You know, we do have room back down to 435. Again, I'm not touching that yet. There's SDC, guys. Break and held 275. Next target, $3 on SDC. Guys, we're watching SDC as that top back burner stock. He finally broke and held 275. You know, it broke, didn't hold. Broke, didn't hold. Broke, held, boom. Volume moves in, nice bounce. Now we're up to 281. Again, you got a $3 target here on SDC. And what we could be looking for here on AMC is a simple break of this downtrend team. Right? Go pre-market highs, 1888. Run it off the first spiking high of the day, and we're actually hitting that downtrend right now here on AMC. So let's watch AMC for a potential break of this downtrend as we have room back up towards around 1888 here on AMC. And watching AMC for the break of the downtrend coming on up. Probably get a little bit of a pullback, maybe back down to $17 first. But then we're definitely showing some potential for a decent little break of the downtrend here. We got divergence setting in on Netflix, guys. We definitely have some strong divergence there on Netflix, team. So again, higher high on the chart. It broke above into a new intraday high, came right back down below. Bearish divergence setting in, looking to possibly crack this short-term uptrend as well. Room back down to 435 on AMC. I'm in Netflix. Room back down to that 445. 435, 435. Jesus. Like I told you guys, lack of sleep. Woo! My goodness. Definitely, yeah, it's definitely getting me, guys. It's definitely getting me. Lack of sleep. Right now, watching Netflix here, cracking that short-term uptrend. We have confirmed bearish divergence. A little bit of that double top off resistance. Overall, we had a couple separate reasons to see this curl on over for a decent little pullback. 435 there on Netflix. Want to see it drop below this 438. Below 438. Really starting to look good here on Netflix. I'd like to see this 5-minute candle close red. I mean, it's a little bit of a shooting star doji on the 5-minute. I'd like to see it close red like it is. That looks even better. Now we add in the 5 minutes. High on red, dead. Shooting star doji on the 5-minute chart. We have that 1-minute divergence on Netflix, cracking that short-term uptrend, a little bit of a double top. Overall, Netflix looks good back down to 435 here. Get ready for AMC, team. Get ready for AMC here. We got 1 touch, 2 touches, 3 touches, working on number 4. This could be the break of the downtrend here on AMC. So AMC right now, high watch for the potential break of this downtrend coming on up. Over 1760, that's where I expect to see a nice little bit of volume start to move in, back up to 18. And then high a day, right around 1820, guys. Netflix is getting pulled down pretty good right now. Netflix is definitely pulling back pretty nice here. Looks pretty good. I'm thinking 435. Again, AMC looking for the break of this downtrend, guys. Break of the downtrend coming on up. AMC, here it goes. Starting to break this downtrend, guys. High watch, AMC. There we go. Breaking the downtrend. You got volume moving in. Targets. 1798 and 1817 would be your targets there on AMC. So again, you're going to have 1798 and then 1817 are going to be your targets here on AMC. If you took that for the break of the downtrend, stops right now are going to be below 1730. Want to put your stops just right below 1730 on AMC. Give it enough breathing room to still have a good risk reward into these 2 overhead targets there on AMC. Again, SDC over 275 doesn't look terrible. Again, SDC over that 275, guys. That's where you want to be watching SDC for the leg up to $3. And now we got BBIG. You should definitely be watching BBIG here over this 353, guys. I know it's still quite some time. You got about another 20 cents to go here on BBIG, but I really think you need to be patient with this particular stock. I think you really need to be patient here on BBIG and wait for the stock to prove itself and wait for that break over that 350 to 353. You still have room to 4 and then 413 there. I think you need to be just a little bit patient with BBIG. Last thing I want you guys doing is jumping in and then watching it fail and drop on off, kind of like it has the last week that we've actually been looking at BBIG. And last week was not consistent whatsoever. When you put AMC on a 5-minute, it actually hasn't broken that downtrend yet. So think about stopping out at break even here, guys. You actually put AMC on a 5-minute chart, we can actually see it has yet to break that downtrend. So be mindful of that. On the 5-minute, still hasn't broke yet, guys. Nice, got Ryzen. Check that out, guys. Got Ryzen over on YouTube, taking the short strategy approach on the SPY. Nice little put there, it looks like. 25% profits. That's good work. Good job. Keep it up. Locking in those profits. Learning while you're in the stream. Congratulations. Right now, AMC, keep in mind, guys, if you were taking that for the 1-minute break of the downtrend, throw it on a 5-minute. Has yet to break the downtrend on the 5. That may adjust your plan here a little bit. You may want to go ahead and just get out real quick or put your stops at break even or keep your stops very, very tight, right? Because, again, you do not have the 5-minute confirmation yet. Be mindful about that. You do not have AMC breaking that 5-minute downtrend yet. And we're watching AMC here to see what's going to take place at the downturn. We're going to get a nice 5-minute closure above, confirm the 1-minute break, Or are we going to get rejected and come back down towards around $17 support? Right now, we're just watching AMC over the next few moments to see what takes place. Right now, it's 10:54 in the market team. Here in a moment, we're going to dive into some afternoon lesson topics, dropping those value bombs, getting you guys educated, having some fun, guys, before we dive into lunch. All right, so you have that 5-minute candle AMC above the downtrend. So your 1 minute still intact. Starting to see that move above the downtrend. But the one thing I do not like is the lack of volume. We're actually decreasing volume for the past 20 minutes there on AMC. So still be mindful that you're losing that volume. They're on the 5-minute, and it's actually showing some weakness on the 5-minute. So again, keep those stops very, very tight. Guys are in AMC, or consider a stop at break even if this one doesn't start moving up into your targets. Now you're starting to pick up here a little bit. All right, guys, it's official. Guess what stock is officially going on my poopy list? Can anybody guess what stock is going on my poop list? The new stock. Tesla was on there for about 6 months to a year. What stock is now going on Joshy's poop list? Anybody take a wild guess at it? It is Netflix. You're 100% correct. It is. Let's walk you guys through those trades. Let me walk you guys right now through those trades on Netflix. You see exactly what I was looking at, why I was looking at it, and all that good stuff. Okay? So, and we can learn from this. Maybe I can learn from this as well. So, trade number 1, right? What could I take away from this? We've already broken that down. Trade number 1. I could have gotten a couple extra pieces of confirmation, right? I was looking at, RSI, oversold. He saw a little bit of that upper shadow right here off pre-market high resistance after it just broke and ran $6 to the upside. So I'm like, okay, the stock just ripped $6 to the upside into resistance, a little overextended, right? Let me go ahead and take it short. Squeeze me out right away. Okay, maybe I could have just waited and been a little bit more patient on this trade. That's what I can take away from it. Waiting for just a little bit more confirmation. So what did I do? I waited for confirmation. I was still watching Netflix. I was like, okay, if it sets up, maybe there's another trade. I need more confirmation. I need more separate reasons to take a potential trade. So I'm watching Netflix. I'm like, okay, well, we're moving up into this 441 resistance level. And what I'm starting to notice at this point in time is we have a slightly higher high on the chart, right? We have a slightly higher high. followed by a rejection. So look, it broke out and then it came right back down below. So it's a false breakout over the prior high. Number one, false breakout over the prior high. Separate reason number one. Number two, stock's putting in a higher high, but we have confirmed bearish divergence, right? RSI has a high, stock makes a higher high, RSI makes a lower high. So number two, we have confirmed bearish divergence. And I like to add a trend line with this strategy. Okay, so that's how I like these high of day reversals, these negative divergences, these bearish divergence plays to the short side. This is one of my go-to setups, right? So again, it's meeting that criteria. We have a false breakout, number one, over the prior high. Immediately comes right back down, showing weakness, okay? We have that confirmed bearish divergence. And now I want to add in a trend line because I really like adding in trend lines on these trades. So we have this short-term trend line, right? Here on Netflix, we have this slight uptrend. So my confirmation is going to be the stock falling below the trend line, as we've already confirmed a false breakout over the prior high, as well as that negative divergence here on Netflix. To top it off, what else do I notice? Right? I want as many separate reasons as possible to take a trade. As many. What else do I notice on the 5-minute chart here, guys? What else am I noticing? I notice, right, a shooting star doji closure on the 5-minute. So I see an increase in volume on that 5-minute candle. That was the false breakout. Left a nasty upper shadow, showing a lot of selling pressure. A lot of selling pressure here on that 5-minute candle. And it's a little bit of a doji formation, indicating a possible reversal. So now we have a shooting star doji on the 5 minutes, false breakout over that prior high. And when we break this down into a 1-minute time frame, right, we can actually see that nice short-term uptrend. And we see that confirmed bearish divergence. So what did I do? I took it short. I took Netflix short right there. Right here. Fell below the 9 EMA as well. Closed below that uptrend. Below that 9 EMA. I have maybe 4 to 5 separate reasons to take this short. Right? I was up substantially. Right? I was up on my position about $300 to $400. Pretty much break even. I was very close to break even. Right? I was looking for a retest of that pre-market resistance, those pre-market highs, down towards around 435. You kept hearing me say 435, 435, 430, right? That was going to be my target. So, trade develops. We see it attempt to push back up. Nasty selling pressure once again. We see a lot of selling volume. Overall, at this point in time, I'm feeling very confident about this trade. Right? I'm feeling pretty good about it. I had 4 to 5 separate reasons to get involved with Netflix. Right? I did. And we just broke that down. So the odds were in my favor, and we saw that trade start to develop, and I was actually in the profit quite a bit, almost break even on the day. Right? Now I'm thinking, okay, could be a head and shoulders formation. Still looking pretty bearish, right? Still looking pretty bearish. Maybe a little bit of that head and shoulders formation. I'm like, all right, my stop initially, right? We know where my stops are at. You know, if I'm making these trades, stops are over that prior high. Now I'm saying, okay, it's moving back up. I'm currently down just a little bit, but we're still not hitting my stop loss over that prior high. And it could now be a slight head and shoulders formation. So everything's still pointing to the bearish side at that point in time. Looking okay, and got stopped out. So unfortunately, 2 stop outs. I am 0 for 2 on the day. I'm currently down $700. Again, not a big deal, right? Like I said this morning, maybe I'm going to start off my month red again like I did last month and just bounce back with a strong recovery. But nowhere close to where I started January, right? I was down like $2,500 to start January. I'm down $700 today. But there were quite a few separate reasons to take the trade. And this is just to show you that no matter how good your strategy is, no matter how many reasons you have, there's always that 20% chance that you will get stopped out. There's always that 20% chance that you are wrong. But our job and our goal is to try to put those odds in our favor. How do we put the odds in our favor? As many separate reasons to take a trade as possible. I did not just jump into this trade blindly, right? I really was patient. I broke this down. I found as many separate reasons as possible that all supported my thesis of a short. Again, we had that slight double top. It was a false breakout over the prior high. We had confirmed bearish divergence, a crack of the uptrend with a 5-minute rejection indicating a reversal with that shooting star doji over that high a day. So I found 3 to 4 very strong separate reasons to take the trade. I took it and I was up. So what could I do differently? Maybe I could have locked in profit a little bit quicker, right? So what is my takeaway from this trade? And again, this is what you guys have to do after every trade. And this is what I do after every trade. What could Josh have done different on Netflix? Well, at one point, you were very close to break even. Maybe you should have taken half your position, right? Maybe you should have taken half your position and put a stop at break even. You still would have walked away with a couple $100, right? Maybe you should have locked it all up just because, you know, this market can be a little erratic, right? You already saw Netflix work against you once. Maybe you need to lock in profits a little bit quicker on Netflix as it can turn against you very quickly, which, hey, it did for the second time today. So the trade itself was a good trade, right? I am not disappointed with the trade. I was patient. I was disciplined. I was prepared. I had a plan, and I had multiple separate reasons to get involved. So I'm not upset with the trade itself. I'm not upset with the entry, and I'm not upset with the stop loss because everything was, in my opinion, perfect as far as the preparation, as far as the trade. But one thing that I could have done different is assessing the market conditions, seeing Netflix, how it's squeezing to the upside, right? How it squeezed me out the first time, locking in those profits just a little bit quicker, or at least locking in half when I had that initial $3 drop to the downside, and then set my stop loss at break even for the other half of my position. That's what I could have done differently to secure profits there on Netflix. But instead, I didn't lock in my profits quick enough, and it worked against me. From what was a profitable trade, what was a losing trade. So again, learn from my mistakes. The trade itself was not a mistake. The trade was a good trade. But the locking in the profits quick, that was the mistake I made. So learn from those mistakes as, hey, I need to be quick to locking in profits because I can see an absolute beautiful trade in front of me. Josh broke it down. I see Netflix. I understand why he took it. It was a good trade. But I can see just how quickly trades can work against me. So always be locking in profits. At least locking in half and leaving another half of your position on the table as a runner just in case it does get to your target. That's something that I could have done just a little bit differently there on Netflix. So yes, Netflix officially, after today, 2 back-to-back losses, I'm going to be a little bit more conservative, not as aggressive, really scale back if I do have another reason, per se, in the future to trade Netflix. But right now, Netflix, at this point in time, I'm putting it on my poopy list. This is one of those stocks that I'm just not all that crazy about, especially seeing the way it's moved today. Not too crazy about it. All right. So AMC just hit first target, ladies and gentlemen. So your first target was $17.98. You hit it to the penny. So when you hit first target, what do you guys do? You bring your stops up right around break even. You guys were getting in right around that $17.50 level. So now if you take half of your position and you have a runner on the table, your stops now need to go to break even. Your next target is going to be high of day right around 18.25. Over high a day, you have room to 18.88 pre-market highs. Well, that's what we're working with today. Anybody have any questions about that Netflix trade? Anybody have any questions at all? Like, hey, man, walk me through it again. I don't understand it. Or, hey, makes sense. I see the trade. You learn from it. I know what to do different in the future. So right now, Netflix, you are poop list stock. That's what you are. You're going to the poopy list. Matt says, thou shalt not yell at Musk or Netflix. Well, hey, Netflix is on my poop list. Tesla's been very generous to me, right? Netflix has been a pretty generous stock lately. I've been actually nailing Tesla trades. Netflix now, on the other hand, no. QQQ just cracked the 200. So the 200 SMA here on the Qs is 366. We still technically have room to that 366 weight on the Qs if you're looking at the 200 SMA. All right, so it's 11:10. Like I said, this week, ladies and gentlemen, what are we doing differently? Again, the month of January, every single day was a very, very structured lesson. But again, wanting to try something different this week to see what you guys enjoy and prefer. You guys want me to continue putting together these amazing lessons and everything being very structured in the form of a PowerPoint like we did for the entire month of January? Or do we like these open floor discussion periods to where you guys can give me a topic and I can break that topic down as it may be something that pertains to you and other members here inside of chat as well? So again, today through the rest of this week, that's what we're doing. And then we're going to take a vote on Friday to see what you guys prefer. Those structured lessons, these open floor discussions. All right, so hit me with something, guys. Hit me with a little something. Something that really stands out to you. Something that you're struggling with, right? Something that you have heard of that you want more of a breakdown on, some more education behind it. Right now, open floor discussion is starting. I really want to stay away from what do you think the stock's going to do today? I really want to veer away from that. We can do that afterwards. What do you think about this stock? Should I buy it? Hey, listen, I want this to be very educational, not really analysis based on what's going to happen on this stock in the next 5 minutes. So again, anything that you can think of, once again, something maybe that you're struggling with right now, you need more clarification on, maybe a topic that you want more education behind, right? Yesterday was trend lines, right? Yesterday was trend lines, and there was a lot of members that were actually able to take some great valuable information away from that topic. So Kit's King, how to log your trades. And when you log them, how to understand what you've logged for the future. So there's a couple different ways that you can log your trades. You can do it manually on a piece of paper, okay? And that's what I do. You can log your trades via an Excel spreadsheet, or with a future partner of Alpha Day Trading, you can go to TraderSync.com. Now, we're still working on our partnership with TraderSync.com, but TraderSync is a very awesome platform. It's a software that actually imports your trades for you via an API. So basically what this is going to allow you to do is journal your trades, right? Identifying the patterns, right? At the end of the day, all of your trades that you took will be in your journal online here in your journal. You can actually come in here and actually log the type of trade it was. Was it a reversal? Was it a gap up? Was it a bull flag? And what it's going to do is it's going to keep track of all of this, right? When you give it a classification, right? Identify your patterns. When you give it a classification, it's going to keep track of all of this data. It's going to show you your win ratio. It's going to show you what your returns are. It's going to show you your average return. It's going to show you what strategies you do good with, what strategies you do bad with. So you're going to be able to see right here, like, hey, bull flags, I win a lot. With reversals, I'm not winning as much. And this is going to tell you. It's also going to tell you what times of the day that you do the best. What days you do the best. Are you a better trader on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Are you better to the short side? Are you better to the long side? Right? It's going to give you all of this performance details, right? Long, short, what day of the week, right? What is really standing out to them, so you should be mindful of. So this is one thing that you can do is you can go to tradersync.com, try it free for 7 days. I mean, amazing tool. It's only $30 a month. You can import your trades automatically via an API access. So you can just set up your broker and it will import the trades automatically, or you can come in here and log them manually. It's going to keep track and it's going to display you some very good information about your performance with trading. Okay. So you have that option. Option number 2 is what I do, is I log my trades manually. So I will walk you through the process on how I log my trades. So number 1, Netflix, NFLX. So I took a trade on Netflix. I'm going to write that down. Okay. Netflix was a short 100 shares at 440.32. Right? So Netflix short 100 shares, 440.32. And then here in like parentheses, I'm going to put stop at 442.81. Right? So my stop was there. And so I'm going to say this was a loss. This was a red trade. So this was a red trade, negative 200 and call it $50. Okay, red trade, negative 250. What I'm also going to do is I'm going to put, the reason. So again, I was short 100 shares, 440.32. My stop loss was 442.81. I got stopped out, right? It was a red trade. I was down $250, right? I'm going to write down what I saw, right? Why did I take the trade? Well, I saw bearish divergence, right? I saw the trend line crack. I saw the false high of day break, right? So I saw the bearish divergence. I saw the trend line crack. I saw the false high day break. I'm writing down those multiple separate reasons because what you may do is as you're logging a trade, you may put crack at the trend line. And you may come back and be like, well, I need more separate reasons to take a trade. More separate reasons, right? I had one reason, right? Write down your reasonings. And then I saw a 5-minute rejection candle, right? Over high a day. This was actually a shooting star doji. Okay. So now I know my trade, Netflix short 100 shares, right? And first off, I write down the date. So it's February 1st, right? So we know the date. So February 1st, Netflix short 100 shares. I was short at 440.32, stopped out at 442.81, red trade 250. Reasons, right? The separate reasons I took the trade. I'm going to grade this. Like, I'm going to grade the trade, right? Like, was this a good trade? Right? Did I prematurely enter? Did I not have enough separate reasons? Was I just chasing a stock, right? Like actually grade the trade. And I would say it was a good trade, right? It was a good trade. It was a good trade. Why? Why was it a good trade? I had multiple separate reasons. Right? I had multiple separate reasons. Okay? I waited for confirmation. Right? I was patient. I waited for this one. I was patient. I don't feel like I jumped the gun. So I was patient. Right? And I felt very disciplined behind this trade. Right? I was very disciplined. Right? I would say this was an 80-20 setup. right? So there was a good trade. Why? Well, I had multiple separate reasons. I waited for my confirmation. I was patient to gather those multiple separate reasons. I was disciplined. I didn't jump the gun. I waited for my confirmation. Overall, when I look at this, this was an 80-20 setup, okay? So, but it was red. It was a red trade. So what could I have done differently to make this a winning trade? All right, I'm going to write that down. So it was a good trade, but it was red. What could I have done differently on this trade? Well, I told myself I could have locked in profits sooner. So I could have locked in profits a little bit sooner. I could have taken half, right, and brought my stop to break even to turn this into a small winning trade. So I could have taken profits quicker. That's something I could have done differently to see different results on this trade, right? That's exactly what I could have done differently to see different results. And this is going to allow me next week, next month to come back and look and see what did I do for the month of February? What did I do yesterday or last week? And where can I see better results? How can I see better results? Well, I need to lock in profits a little bit quicker. So I'm trading good trades. I have multiple separate reasons. I'm waiting for my confirmation. I'm being patient and disciplined. I'm identifying these good 80-20 setups. But something that I need to change is take profits sooner. I'm writing every single detail about that trade, the trade itself, technicals, right? I'm trying to grade myself. I would say, hey, I give myself an A, right? It was an 80-20 setup, right? I'm not disappointed with the trade. It was just a stop out, okay? Was it a good stop out? Ask yourself that. Was it the right place for the stop? Yes, it was over the highs. Did it have a good target? Yes. Why? Right? Trying to write as much stuff down as you can about that trade. Right? What's something that you learned from this trade that you could see better results with? Take profit sooner. That needs to be in bold. All capital level. All capital letters. Bold. Take profit sooner. Because if I would have taken profit sooner, this could have been a green trade. It would have been a green trade. Now, the last thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to write down how I was feeling for today. I'm going to write down how I was feeling. So, did I do my morning routine? I didn't. I didn't do my morning routine. Did I get my full nights of rest? I didn't. I even told you guys that I'm a little out of it today, right? I'm a little out of it. I didn't sleep good. My daughter's not feeling well, right? So lack of sleep. I didn't do my morning routine. So now I'm writing these things down to keep track of these things. Because if I notice that a lot of my red days are because I'm getting a lack of sleep, then I know that if I come in and I know that I'm lacking on sleep, statistically, it's a red day. Maybe I don't trade, right? If I don't do my morning routine, whatever that morning routine is, statistically, I lose on those days. So if you know that you didn't do your morning routine one day, right, maybe you shouldn't be trading until your morning routine's done. Did I feel rushed this morning, right? Did I feel rushed where that feeling of being rushed bled into my trading? So you take it a next step further, not just the trade, your entry, your exit, your profit amount, not just the trade, but everything else as well. How are you feeling, right? Was there anything that could have played a factor into your trading day, whether that's good or bad, right? So today, for me, lack of sleep, didn't do my morning routine, right? So that's something else as well that I need to be mindful of is, hey, maybe the lack of sleep and not doing my morning routine, right? I just wasn't in the zone to think through. Right? I'm a quick profit taker. I know that I take profits quick, but I didn't do that today. Why? Maybe it has something to do with lack of sleep, being tired, being out of it, right? Not doing that morning routine. So if I start to notice a trend, like Jesus, there's a lot of trades that I'm basically saying I should have taken profit sooner. And on those same days, I feel like I'm lacking sleep. Then right there, you're identifying what you could do different. Right? Maybe it's not the trade. Maybe it's not the technicals. Maybe it's I just need to get more sleep. I need to do my morning routine. Because I see that these days, those are days that I'm making mistakes, simple mistakes. And what was my simple mistake today? Taking profit sooner. So look what I just identified. I just identified something I could have done better on my trade. Take profit sooner. And what's something that could have contributed towards that? Maybe it's the lack of sleep. Maybe it's the fact I didn't do my morning routine. I'm not in the zone. I'm out of it. I made a very simple mistake. A very easy, right? I can fix this. Very easy, very simple mistake. Not taking profits quick. But I've been able to sit here and log that trade. Took 5 minutes. I was able to identify, right? Was it the trade? Did I jump the gun, right? Did I have my blindfold on? Was I trading blind, right? Did I just jump into a trade because everybody was talking about it, right? You're going to write all of these things down. And what you're going to be able to do is build yourself a nice journal. What you're doing is journaling. And what you're going to be able to do is go back and look at your journal from the prior month. I mean, guys, I write down my stuff. I journal still, and I'm 7 years in the game, guys. I journal, right? What are some things from last month? I started off not building the best of plans, right? I was thinking quantity over quality. I wasn't as patient. Then here, again, on January 5th, right? I built my plan. It was the proper size. I was patient with my execution, right? Everything about it was fantastic. And you know what? I had a $400 day, right? On the 4th, I realized I wasn't building the right plans. It wasn't quality setups. I was just scalping quantity, and I wasn't as patient. So what did I do? I took those 3 things from January 4th into the 5th, and guess what? I reviewed my day. Well, hey, I built my plans, right? It was a great setup. I was patient. I had a successful day. January 6th, right? What's something I need to work on? I will only take this trade if one of my levels are hit. I won't trade it before, right? Only when a certain level is hit. So that's something I realized from the 6th. On the 7th, what's something that I feel like I should have been working on? A little bit more focus, right? A little bit more focus, right? On the 7th, I saw myself jumping the gun a little bit more. It was still a profitable day, but I noticed I was jumping the gun a little bit more. Now we go on to the next day, right? I definitely felt more confident, and I wasn't jumping the gun, and I was waiting for my confirmation. So I'm doing this every single freaking day because I can't even remember the Netflix trade that I took an hour ago. I don't remember why I took it, right? I don't know what trades I took yesterday. Honestly, what did I take? SPEV for a 2-cent loss, and then the SPY for a small loss, right? So again, like, it's hard for me to remember what I took earlier today, even yesterday. What about last week? You don't remember what you took last week, the mindset you were in, how you were feeling for the day. So you got to write all of that down, and you're going to be able to go back and review those at the end of the day, the end of the week, the end of the month, and you're going to be able to start pulling things out, right? What are you doing that's causing maybe negative results? And you're going to be able to say, hey, well, just take profits a little bit sooner. So what's the first thing on my mind moving forward? Take profits a little bit sooner, Josh. Take profits a little bit sooner. That's literally what's on my mind. Take profits just a little bit sooner. And so what's going to happen? I'll have a better outcome. I'll have a winning trade probably, right? If I just lock in my profits a little bit quicker, because that's what I've realized that I lacked on today, was locking in those profits a little bit quick. Okay, so that's how I log my trades. And that's how I go through it. Very detailed, very thorough, and I even get into the how I'm feeling aspect, right? Not just the trade itself, but what's something that I didn't do that's causing the results that I'm seeing today. DWAC was one of our trades today. All right, so again, it's 11:27. That was a great topic. How do you log your trades? That's how I log my trades. Now, you can do that with an Excel spreadsheet. You can do that with a journal. Or you can go to tradersync.com, right, and actually sign up for a 7-day trial. Or, after your trial, it's $27 a month, $29 a month, right? And then we are working on our partnership, and I want to be able to allow, some certain discounts. Maybe we can build this software in here to where you have a certain page you go to and it does it all here in-house for you. Again, we're working on some really unique things for you guys. All right, and as you can see, I'm down about 757 on the day. So starting off, February, kind of like I started off January. All right, a little red, but hey, it's still early. It's day number 1. And guess what? I'm not going to bring my loss from today to tomorrow, right? As soon as my day's over with today, guess what? That loss is over with as well. All right? I don't remember that I took a loss. What am I bringing with me from today into tomorrow? What am I bringing with me? Take profits a little bit sooner, Josh. That's it. Just lock in your profits a little bit sooner. And that's what I'm being mindful of tomorrow, right? and Wednesday and Thursday, Friday. That's what I'm thinking. Lock in profits just a little bit quicker. All right, guys, this is an open floor discussion, open floor topics. You guys have any specific questions about logging trades? Anything that doesn't make sense to you? Anything you think that I left out that would be beneficial when logging your trades? So AMC was a good trade. AMC worked out beautifully. You hit both targets, team. Right? You hit your first target, you hit your second target. Now you may have what we call a moon bag, a runner. Where are you going next on AMC? 1875 to 1888. Right, guys? So hit me with some questions, guys. Again, open floor. All right, if we only get 1 or 2 questions, we may just do some structured lessons. Come on, guys, get me talking. I don't know what you guys need me to talk about. What's something that's important for you to learn today? Right? Yeah, DWC straight up. Right? Nice big rip and run right on up to 77.87. But right now, it doesn't look all that good, does it? Right now, it looks like it may crack and fall back on down. So it is trying to hold above yesterday's highs here on DWAC, right around 75.47, but it's looking a little weak at this point in time. You know, we would have some room back down towards around 73.88 here on DWAC. Would not be chasing the stock. It does not look good to the long side right now whatsoever. So entry and exit points. Entries all depend on the pattern, the setup, the formation. Your entries are always going to be different depending on what strategy that you're implementing. But as far as exit points, right? Sell targets, targets in which you look to lock in profits. The easiest way I can break that down is to look left. Always look left. That is going to be the easiest way for you to identify your sell targets, okay, your exit points. So how were we able to identify our sell targets on AMC? Well, I looked left. I'm going to look at some prior levels of resistance. Look at that spiking high. That's resistance. 1798. Look at that spiking high. That's probably going to be resistance right around 1824. Look left. Look at all this resistance from pre-market, right? A lot of resistance up there, 1875. That's probably going to be a good level to lock in profit. So entries are always going to differ on what you're looking at, what the strategy is, right? This was a downtrend break. What was the entry? When the stock broke the downtrend. That's where you would have made your entry on AMC. Where's your exit points? Where are your targets? Look left. Look at your prior highs. Prior highs could potentially be levels of resistance. Good levels that you should look to lock in profit. So that's where we were able to identify 1798, 1824. Next, 1875. And what happened with AMC? We hit first target. We hit second target. So look left. What about to the short side, right? So you're looking to short a stock, okay? Let's say you want to short AMC right here. Or how do you gauge your exit points for the short side? Where are you going to look to cover your position? Look left. Look at prior levels, right? Look at prior levels right here. 1763. Why? Well, it was some resistance and it was some support. So that is a level that would probably bounce if we come down to it. So maybe that's a level I lock in profit. Again, look left. Maybe down here towards around 1734. Why? We had a lot of support here earlier on. Had some resistance. We broke resistance. It turned into support. It ripped off that level. So 1734 would be a level that I would look to lock in some profits. What's next? 1707. Why? Had a lot of support around 1707. All right, we cracked below it, but we broke right back above. came down and held as support and ripped higher. So another level I would look to cover my position would be 1707. And all I'm doing right now at this point in time, Hunter, all I'm doing is I'm looking left. So that is the first step, is to look left for your overhead price target levels, right? For your lower levels where you look to cover a position. Then you start mixing in indicators, right? So now, where's that VWAP at? Because we know the VWAP is a level of potential support if we come down to it. So be mindful of where the VWAP is. Be mindful of where the 9 EMA is, right? Now you can start using indicators to gauge where you should look to exit a trade. If you have a indicator that is maybe strong support or strong resistance, correct? So look left to gauge where you should exit a trade. Look left, okay? Prior levels that have already been hit will probably be hit again. Number two, depending on the type of trade you're taking, the strategy, the pattern, the formation, every single strategy, okay, pattern formation is going to have a slightly different approach, a slightly different entry point. Colin, not sure, fully understanding stop limit. So you have two types of stop orders, Colin. Okay, you have two types of stop orders. You have a stop limit, you have a normal stop, which is a stop market. Okay, so let's say you're in AMC and you have a stop limit here at 1825. So let's say you're long, hypothetically, on AMC, and you want to put a stop order in the system. You can do a stop market, which is just titled stop, or you can do a stop limit. So what a stop limit is going to do is when it comes down to 1825, your order will hit the system at 1825. And if you get filled, you get filled at 1825 because you're limiting the price you want to get filled at, all right? Stop limit. You will be stopped out with a limit order. So just think about it like that. Stop limit. You will be stopped out of that trade with a limit order. And if that limit order is 1825 and the stock comes down to 1825, you'll be stopped out with that limit order, 1825. Now you have a stop order, which is a stop market, right? So you can do the same thing, 1825. If your stop is hit, you'll be filled with a market order. So it could be 1820. It could be 1821, 1822. Whatever the best fill is at that point in time, that would be your stop. So why do traders use stop markets over stop limits? So if AMC right now were to crash down to $18, by time your order goes from a pending order to a live limit order, 1825, right? You may not get filled. Like, let's say you have a stop limit in the system right now, 1825, and AMC right now goes to $18. I highly doubt your order is going to be filled. It will be skipped, right? Your order will be skipped. The stock moved too quick for you to get filled. So you'll probably still have a order sitting there to sell at 1825. The stock could dump to 17, 16, 15, and you may not ever get filled, right? If the stock moves too quick. So why do traders use stop markets? Well, I can put a stop market order in at 1825, and if AMC crashes down to 18 right now, I'll still get filled. It won't be at 1825, but maybe it's at 1815. Maybe it's at 1810. At least I'm guaranteed to get out with that market order. May not be the best price, but I will get filled. And that's why traders prefer stop markets with penny stocks, because penny stocks move very, very quick. The last thing you want to do is have a stop limit in the system, stock blow right past your order, and you're never filled, and now you're sitting here taking more of a loss than what you intended. Just do a simple refresh. Do a simple refresh on your browser. Other than that, you should be good to go. Quality's good. I haven't dropped any frames today. Anybody else having issues with audio? Rick, first time viewer, do you set stop losses percentages or do you do mental stop loss? I do a stop loss based on the chart. So my stop loss is never a certain percentage, right? My stop loss is not ever just a set dollar amount, right? My stop loss is based on the chart, okay? So, for example, Netflix. If I came into all of my trades with the mindset of my stop loss is 1%. On this Netflix trade that I would have taken, 1% would have been a stop loss way up here at 444. But based on the chart, my stop loss should have been over that prior high, which was a 0.7% loss. So I'm never going in with a set percentage. Right? It's based on the chart. My short position on Netflix, my stop was over that prior high. That was about 0.7%. But if I came into it with a set percentage, 1%, 2%, my stop loss could be way too far away. I could be taking too big of a loss on that particular trade. And the same thing with a set dollar amount. Some people will actually have, I will risk 50 cents across the board. 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents, 50 cents. Well, 50 cents on a dollar stock is 50%, guys. 50 cents on a $50 stock is what? A percent? So you can't just come into it with percentages or certain dollar amounts. It has to be based on the chart you're looking at. Where does your stop loss go? It's always going to change. It could be 10 cents. It could be $10. It could be 0.1%. It could be 10%. It all comes from the chart where you're putting your stops at. But I do mental stop losses, but I always have the stop area, and I honor that. So stop markets are, yes, ideally used for penny stocks. But here's the thing. I use stop markets on everything, guys. Because the same thing with Netflix, man. Like, this could blow right past your stop limit order, right? It's a quick moving stock, right? It's very quick. It's moving fast. What if Netflix drops $1 right now? Your limit order may not get filled. Are you willing to take that chance of your order not getting filled? Or you just want to go ahead and say, you know what? At least I'm getting out. It may not be the best price, maybe 10 cents lower, 20 cents lower, but at least I'm getting out. Because the last thing you want to do is have a stop limit in the system, watch a stock drop below your stop area, and you're just sitting there holding the stock, and you're like, man, it's down $1 now. I could have gotten out $1 ago, but I put a stop limit in the system. It blew right past my order, and now I'm taking an extra $1 a loss that I was never intended. I prefer stop markets over stop limits because I have been skipped one too many times. My stop loss was hit. I was never filled. The stock keeps dropping, 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 dropping. And now I take a much bigger loss than what I intended. So I'd rather put a stop market in. If it's an extra 2, 3 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents, at least I'm guaranteed to get out. So that for me applies across the board. When I put a stop in, it is always a stop market. So the stop is market. Yeah, so you have two. You have a stop and a stop limit. Some brokers say stop market and stop limit, but some brokers show stop and then a stop limit. So the stop that you're seeing is a market order. Exactly. MUTA Mutaz. He hit this on the head. Absolutely hit this on the head. So stop limit will fill you at your limit price. Correct. And a stop market will fill your order if the stock blows below or above your set limit in case it moves past too quickly. 100%. That stop limit's going to fill you at that limit price. But a stop market's going to fill you regardless. Okay? If the stock moves too quickly below or above your stop price, at least you're guaranteed to get filled with the stop market. An AMC's trade literally was like $1 ago, right? AMC's textbook A plus setup was $1 ago. It was when it was breaking the downtrend around 1750. Okay. Right now, there is no reason to be getting involved with AMC. You are now $1 too late to the trade. You're about $1 too late. So wait for it to set back up. DWAC still wants it. DWAC looks like it still wants it, but I cannot buy at high a day, guys. I'm just not a high a day trader. That's me. But right now, you have some volume, you have some attention, and DWAC has room next to $83 and then 91. And our targets for the bigger move there on DWAC was up at 91.21. That is correct. Sometimes you see a slight delay and a difference between TD and TradingView. TradingView does have the delay. Sometimes the candles that you see on TradingView are not accurate either. So what I've noticed is TD Ameritrade is the best when it comes to charting, the most accurate with the least amount of inaccuracies, I guess, with the charting. Now, when it comes to order execution, yeah, TD stinks, right? We know that. TD is just really bad. But yes, there is normally, there's a slight difference between TradingView and TD for some reason, and you would think TradingView would be the best. So AMC, see this pull back to 1819, or maybe seeing that push on up into those pre-market highs. Again, we're looking at like 1875 to 1888 as far as the target. And, you know, DWAC wants to get it going, but like I said, I'm not keen on buying close to high a day. That's just me, though, but it has this momentum formation, like it wants to get some action, guys. And DWAC just has this formation to it, like it could absolutely get that rip on up over 78, up to that $80 to $83 target here on DWAC. So again, to me, just a little risky. You know, I'm not a high day trader, but it definitely has that look like it wants to still get some movement to the upside here. And really, that's where your focus should be. AMC, focus should be here on DWAC. And do not forget about SDC. I mean, yes, it broke above 275 and literally sat there for the past hour, but it never dropped below 275, and it's still moving on up on SDC. Moving average squeeze formation. This was one of our top back burner stocks. WISH was another top back burner stock. And then DWAC, all three of these stocks getting some nice action here now. So we can officially put take SBEV off the watch list. That can absolutely come on off. And don't forget about BBIG. Again, I want to wait for BBIG to get above that 353. I mean, we came up to the penny. 353 here, guys. So right now with BBIG, we are consolidating. We're getting nice and tight. Could definitely see a break over that 353 for the next leg up towards around 390. So definitely keep BBIG on watch here. And we just don't have the volume. We just don't have that action that I would like to see get involved with a trade right now. So, do we have any final questions before we go ahead and dive into lunch? We talked about stop limits, stop markets, right? The differences, right? Really trying to break that down. Talking about entries and exits, how to build trade plans. Is there anything else, any other topics that are important to you guys right now today? You literally just gave me a reason, movie star, to click that button. So tonight, 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on YouTube for our live trading masterclass. So come back and join us tonight, 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have some fun. We're going to talk stocks. We're going to drop some value bombs, trying to get you guys educated. Again, just have some fun with it and having you guys walking away more knowledgeable than how you came in. All right, so 7 o'clock tonight until about 8:39 for our masterclass session over on. Right now, things are slowing down a little bit. Getting ready to dive into lunch hours. And hey, if I have some time this afternoon, I will definitely come back. I do have a few meetings. I do have a couple afternoon meetings. Some things to get taken care of. But we did officially upload all lessons into the video lessons library team. All right, so all of last week's lessons were officially uploaded into the video lessons library. Shorting stocks, volume profile, options part 2, support, and resistance. So again, if you're feeling the same way as me, hey, market's moving, but not the way I want it to move to really make those profits. Again, market conditions are everything. These are not the market conditions for me. Market conditions that I thrive in. All right, so again, take lunch, study up, dive into the video lessons library. Right now, we just broke 100 lessons in the video lessons library. Before you know it, 200, 300 lessons in video lessons library. So study up over lunch, guys. Make sure you're doing that. Do not forget about the affiliate program. As a member, you're automatically enrolled. As an affiliate, you can click that link and go get your personalized URL. You can share that with anybody, and at least you will get some commission. But most importantly, video lessons library, guys. Dive on in, study up. Right now, today's been an okay day. Penny stocks, all right. Definitely some opportunity here in the overall market. More on the choppier side today, right? We can definitely see the market's been just a tad bit choppier, not really moving as much as what we've seen for the past couple of weeks. But hey, we can expect volatility and craziness every single day, guys. We just can't. So every now and then the markets may be slow, and there may be days that we just have to sit on the sidelines and wait it out until the volatility, until the movement comes back. Right now, 11:54, guys. We're going to go ahead and wrap up our morning session. As you guys know, I think I jinxed myself. I said, hey, I'm probably going to go ahead and start off my February red like January. And I should have never said that. I'm like, nah, I'm kidding. But I think I jinxed myself. So today, I'm down 757.28. So starting off the month red, not bad though. I mean, my max loss is 2,500 a day. Not anywhere close to that, and I don't intend to get anywhere close to that, right? Right now, I'm on the sidelines. I'm sitting back until I see just an A-plus killer opportunity. You've seen me dig myself out of the hole before. This is a very shallow, very small hole to dig myself out of. So again, if there's the opportunity, I'll take advantage of it. If not, I will be more than happy to walk away down about 757.28 on the day. Come back tomorrow and see if there's better opportunity in the market to keep on crushing it like we know we will. All right, team? So do you guys have any questions before we go ahead and jump off the mic? What's for lunch? Chicken. Chicken and rice. That's my lunch. Chicken and rice. Got the Dougie's, got the chicken too. I got some chicken, put a little bit of cheese, crunch up some tortilla chips, give it a little bit of a crunch with some rice. What I'm doing for lunch, guys. That sounds tasty. That sounds delightful. So let's go ahead and dive into lunch, guys. Once again, good job, good work. I'd be the first person to say that the market was a little challenging today. I mean, honestly, it was. Across the board, there were some good setups. Couple good setups gone rogue, not really working on out. But again, you can't expect profits every single day. It's just not possible to be green every single day. So if we know that's the case, you can't be green every single day. What's our job? To limit our losses, to manage our risk, to make sure that we come in with a set of rules and we do not break those rules to where we stay on the right track towards profits. We will make profits on average as long as we have the right mindset. Keeping our losses small, being aggressive when the market allows us to be aggressive to lock in those bigger profits, but at least having that realization of, hey, I know I'm not going to be green every single day, but I can learn from those small red days. I can learn from those green days. I'm not taking my loss from today into tomorrow. I'm taking, hey, I need to start locking in profits just a little bit sooner to where I could have avoided a $700 loss if that's what I close up today with. It could have been 100, 200, shoot. Maybe it was profitable if I would have been a little bit more patient on the first Netflix trade. So taking some positivity away from the, what some would say is negativity. Having a red day, it's definitely not a great thing, right? It's definitely looked at as negative, right? But hey, I'm not a negative person. I'm taking the positive things away from this red day. And what are those positive things? That, hey, I realized I'm trading the right trades. I'm taking the right setups. I'm being disciplined. I'm being patient. I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone. I'm reading things right. Things are working out in my favor. But I just need to take profits a little bit quicker, and I will see better results. So I will apply that tomorrow, and we will see what the outcome is. Starting off February, slightly down, but the day's not over yet. We got 4 hours to go. We got some big earnings tonight as well. We have Google, PayPal, AMD, the most anticipated earnings this afternoon. So once again, I want to try and be here this afternoon, see what earnings are looking like, see if we can lock in some base hit trades, lock in some profits, have some fun, and start off February on a green and profitable note. So enjoy. It is Taco Tuesday. It is Taco Tuesday, right? So I'm gonna have tacos for lunch, okay? I'm gonna have tacos for dinner. I'm gonna have tacos as a snack, and I'm gonna have tacos as dessert. Right? Tacos, and more tacos. I love my tacos, guys. Enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, good job and good work. I will see you back here a little bit later this afternoon. If I do not see you, I will see you here on tonight's masterclass stream, 7 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on YouTube. So join us. We're going to have some fun, dropping those value bombs, making sure you guys are walking away more knowledgeable than what you came in with. So I will see you guys then. If I don't see you this afternoon, enjoy your lunch. Happy and safe trading. And once again, good work, team. Let's end it the way we always end it, in 3, in 2, 1. You guys are awesome. Enjoy that lunch, guys. Take care, and I'll see you guys back here